Good evening and happy Sunday. Good evening. Well, I said good evening. It's actually good afternoon right now, but it'll be evening by the time we're done here. I've got a big build tonight. I am doing the Great Pyramid of Giza from the architecture series. This one's interesting in that this set's been around for a long time. It wasn't retired after 2 years like most sets are, and is still not on the retirement list yet, even though it's been out for probably 3 to 4 years at this point. So, Great Pyramid of Giza is a big set. Let me go over to the camera. The way I have to hold the box up, it's been crushing my hand through that whole splash screen time. So, we'll hold this position just a little bit longer, and then it'll be a slightly less good view when I free my hand. But I had to hold it like this for the camera. You can see if I hold it any higher, it gets a big glare spot from my lamp. The pieces don't do that, but the cardboard does. I've noticed that in some other bigger boxes. So we'll we'll set this down now and give my hand a little rest before I have to start manipulating pieces. So the Great Pyramid of Giza is, well, there's three pyramids in a row in Giza. They're actually oriented in the shape of the Orion's Belt constellation, and the Sphinx is also part of that complex. It's the last surviving of the seven wonders of the ancient worlds. The seven wonders of the ancient world, all six other wonders have been destroyed centuries ago, and the pyramid is the only one that survives. It when it was new, it was covered in these white stones. It was with a gold capstone at the top to capture the sun. It was a really beautiful sight when it was new. Um, Governments that have been in control of Egypt over the centuries have stripped the pyramids of the white stone, and so now you just see the more common brown stone they used for most of the structure. But when it was new, it would have been white like this with gold at the top. This this model also has a Egyptian village and temple in front of the Great Pyramid, as well as a representation of the desert sands and the Nile River. So let's. This is a very big set, very big box, and it's going to take us a while to build. So let's go ahead and start getting into this. All right, so the back of the box. All right, let's see if I can work through these images. So the back of the box, uh, there's a photo here of the pyramids as they appear today, the with the inner brownstone. There's a picture of the model on display. There's a picture of the inside of the pyramid model showing some of the tunnels inside, some inner details, including the construction ramps that they show off, a boat on the Nile. Uh, that's part of the temple. And this section shows how you put the inner pyramid on the model first, and then this big white section is a shell that goes over that to complete the model. So that's what the back is showing. Also, being a bigger box, it doesn't have the push tabs. It has the tape. So I need to pull out my tool. Give me 1 minute to get my tool, and we will get this box open and started. This set has been on my wish list for a very long time. Um, and probably almost 2 years this set has been on my wish list. So, of course, I made sure to get it during double VIP points last week. A promotion that has since ended at LEGO. But it might come up again in the future. So, maybe I'll get more big sets when double VIP points comes up again. Meanwhile, I got this open. We're going to do what I have been doing since the last couple streams And I'm going to dump everything behind me and get organized. So yeah, these numbered bags are huge. Let's see. There's also a paper packet in here. Let me see. Let me get organized. So here's bag one. And bag one is the first bag we're going to work with. And there, I do see a brick separator inside, so I don't need to pull the spare. Let me get the rest of these bags organized. There's a little paper pamphlet in here. I was not expecting this. They don't they don't put these in the sets anymore. This is the BS advertisement that says they're switching to sustainable packaging. We've only seen that in one set on the stream so far. So that's 8, 7, 6, 5. Okay. So there's actually 2 bag 8s. And then there's 7. There's 2 bag 7s. 6. 5. Oh, there's a second bag 1 as well. That's interesting. 5. 4, 3, and then 2 bag 2s. Alright, so we have 2 bags labeled 1, so I'll go ahead and open up both of them. And we have this little paper packet, which I think is just the instructions. I don't think architecture does stickers. Yeah. The instruction book here is the only thing that's in bag 1. As you can see, it's a thick one. Let me just set this over here because we do not need this, because we have this. No, hold on. Technical issues, give me a moment. No, hold on. Technical. Alright, we have this. We have our instructions and we are good to go. So there's a picture of the pyramid as it appears today, surrounded by desert sand, no sign of the village that we're about to build around it. I'll pause briefly so that you can pause and read if you're interested in all these texts about the pyramid. It's a big build, so we're not going to take the time to go over all these little fun facts here. And there's our brick separator page. And this just shows you bags 1 through 4 will be building up the base in the village, and then bags 5 through 8 will be the pyramid itself. And it says to open bags 1. So what we'll do, I have the 2 tables set up because this is a bigger set. We're going to do the parts pile on this farther table, and you can watch the model come together on the closer table. Lots of big plates in bags 1. This is where we're going to start to build up the structure of the base. The architecture series is famous for its fancy black faces. Simple but elegant. And then the model gets built up on top of that. So we won't see anything that looks particularly Egypt-like the first bag. We're mainly going to see a bunch of structural stuff. And of course the plates are going to get in the way of me going through this parts pile. These parts piles are going to be truly massive, I think. We're doing structural stuff right now, so I want to focus on what I'm doing. And of course, I just yeeted one of the big plates to the floor. I'll grab that in a minute. Right now I'm looking for the parts I need for the step. And then we'll recover that piece from the floor. Alright. You can see how tricky this particular parts pile is. Alright, let's get back to it. Lots of these 8x6 black plates are in this parts pile. We'll start to see some the structure for the base come together now. And I hope it fits on this table. If not, it'll bleed onto the other table where we're working. You'll also see as we build up the structure a lot of colored bits that are going to be covered over and not part of the final build. This is just a thing that the designers use on internal parts of the instructions to help you line up pieces if you're not as experienced as some of the other builders. But also gives them an excuse to throw colored bricks into a set that otherwise wouldn't have them. Let's see. That's correct, but I do not have this correct. This is meant to go like this. I'm glad I checked that before it became an issue. See, is there an inset picture? There is not. Okay. So now we're going to start shaping up the base here. And this thing is looking like it's going to be truly massive here. And the beginnings of the black tiles along the sides that make the bases of the architecture series famous. There's no stability on this thing yet. It's just too big and it isn't fully structured yet. And now we have an assembly to do. And this section goes along the middle here, it looks like. So this goes here, leaving a little gap there. Yeah. And then we do another one. The architecture models are fancy enough that they need to have these well-engineered, secure bases. So yeah, it's still very floppy, but as we put in some more of these structural bits, it will gain some stability a little bit later. You can see just how many of these black plates make up the borders of the set of the structure here. We don't want that tile just yet. That's one very special black tile. Alright, so now we're just going to keep placing some more bricks to line up the structure of the base. Given there's only 8 numbered sections, given the piece count, it means the numbered sections are more significant and massive than they would be in a set made in the past 2 years. We'll just decide on breaks as we need them as we come to the conclusion of each numbered set. Still floppy, but things are starting to come together now. Alright, let's keep going. Lengthwise, it fits on this table. Depth-wise, we're about to find out. So, okay, 4 of these little assemblies here. And since these are long pieces that are going to get in the way, I'm just going to attach them as I do them. It's all on the same page anyway, so. So these blue plates are probably the first bit of the representation of the Nile River, which is part of the village structure that's going to be on this model. When they do water in fancy sets like this, they often put blue plates below transparent tiles to give the effect of the watercolor. Okay, I need to do one more of those little sections. So yeah, I was right to decide to do the 2 table setup for this model. Because look, the base is going to take up the entire table here. Some more of these big plates here along the base here, and I'm gonna move my separator onto the parts pile table because this thing is massive now. So the river and the village are going to go mainly where you see plates, and the pyramid is going to fill in this big gappy area in the back here. Alright, this step does use up the remaining 8x6s, so that gives us an idea of the scale of this model here. Just how big and massive this thing is going to be. Well, how big and massive the base already is. So now we can see the full length and width of the base. And you can see it's pretty massive. To the point where it's not even entirely on camera right now. Let me see if I can adjust that. There we go. Alright, let's keep going. So we're tiling up the edges of the plates now. It looks like we're also putting a few more plates into the structure in a moment. Okay, we have these last two little long black plates that go in across the blue bars like this. Blue plates, I mean. Bars is something entirely different in Lego, but you know what I meant. It's still very floppy. Okay, here we have a choice to make. We can display it with this tile that says the Great Pyramid of Giza, or we can display it with this tile showing off the Egyptian hieroglyphic symbols. There's a couple birds and some geometric shapes and a little obelisk at the end. Something that looks like a little dagger or a plant. I am going to hard choice here. I'm actually going to make a decision here. I'm going to change up the tiles. I'm going to take this tile, this plain tile, and put it in the middle so that everything is balanced. But then I'm going to take the hieroglyphic tile and put it on this end of the build. And then I'll take out this plain tile here on this end. Actually, I kind of want to use the middle tiles for this. So what we're going to do is the middle tile will be plain, and then the middle left and the middle right, I'm going to use both of the label tiles, and I'll set aside the extra plain tile. So what we're going to have, the way I'm doing my display here, I'll show you in a moment. Instead of displaying one of the printed tiles in the middle, I'm going to offset them. I'm going to display them like that. So you have the name on the one side and then the hieroglyphics on the other side. And by offsetting them from center, it looks a little more centered. Although, as you can see, the printing goes farther on the English text than it does on the hieroglyphics. So it still doesn't quite look 100% centered, but I do like that look. I like that version of the labeling the best, I think. Now let's keep going with the build here. And here's where symmetry starts to break to accommodate the village and temple scene in front. You can see we're not putting the same pieces on each side. Okay, what's going on here? These line up in here. Okay, that goes there. And where do these two tiles go? In these gaps here. Now how do these line up? Okay. these go along here, it looks like. Almost done with the first bag. Oh, so that little fact in the corner of the instructions says that the sides of the pyramid are aligned with the directional points of north, south, east, west. Let's see. So this goes here. And then this one goes here. I think this is how it goes. I hope I got these placements correct. Am I missing something? Oh yeah, almost forgot these two. So with that, we have finished bag one. The base is feeling much sturdier now. And I have a feeling bag two, we're going to shore up a few of the points that are still weak. Because this has to hold up all the weight of the whole model once we finish. You can see just how big and massive. You can get a sense for how big and massive this whole model is going to be. Seeing as we haven't even finished any surface detail of the base layer yet. We're all just doing structural stuff still. So let's get into bag two. So I think bag two is going to be some more of the structural stuff and the beginnings of placement of layout for the village. Oh, we got some sand green. Actually, I don't think this is sand green. I think this is olive green. But it's beginning to lay out, block out some of the placement for some of the layout here. Okay. We need some of these. So yeah, we're blocking out parts of the uh, village and river scene here. That's why these are in all different natural looking colors. Okay, that goes there. I need one over here. these go here. And then it says there should be one more of those that goes here. Okay, this goes here. Sorry I'm not talking much. I want to make sure I get these positionings correct. Okay. Actually, we're doing some layering with the plates now. I really hope I'm counting everything correctly and doing this right, because it'll be a disaster later if I'm not. Yeah, that goes there. Okay, I need to... There it is. All right, where's the last one of this color on this step? Give me a moment. I'm trying to find a piece on the illustration here. step goes there. And then this one will go here. And then this step will finish with this plate over here. And now we bring on this step. Okay, I can't yet make out where this one goes. Let's see where these other pieces go. So right now we're stacking plates to give some depth and dimension to the to what will be the village portion. Okay, now I see where this one goes, I think. I think that's how it goes, yeah. And now we're going to start building up some more of the core, it looks like. Yeah, these are going to be some structural bits here. We've been going on stream for about an hour now, so we'll take our first break when we finish bag 2. You'll notice as we build the pyramid, when we get to the pyramid itself, that's really just the front half of the pyramid. Um, that was an intentional design choice on the part of the designers. Um, for 2 reasons. One, it meant to get a full pyramid, um, people would have to buy 2 copies of the set and put them back to back for the full pyramid appearance. But the more practical reason for doing only half the pyramid, the front half you would see on the display, is that if they were to make the whole pyramid with the scene in the front, it would be much deeper and take up much more space on the shelf. With the only half, the front half of the pyramid, people who have limited display space can back it up to the back wall of their shelf, and it have it come out not as far. Anyway, so we get this piece going here. So it looks like, based on the pieces that are left in this parts pile, there's a lot of sand colored pieces here. So we're going to start to create the sands of Egypt around the sides here, I think, in a moment. Okay, let's get these in. So yeah, definitely some structural bits here to support the rest of the model. Yeah, these colors won't be visible later. These are definitely structural bits right now. These blues are going right where the pyramid is going to sit. So these blues here don't make up any bit of the river area. So these are going to get covered up. These are supports. Yeah, we'll take our first break when we finish this parts pile. It would help if I lined things up correctly. And these go in here like this. Okay, I messed that up a little bit, but it's an easy fix. Now these go in here. Part tile, part plate. These are going to go around all of that. These are going around where the pyramid is going to be. There's something rattling inside. Did I knock something down? No. Oh, little tile fell out. That's what that was. You can now clearly see where the footprint of the pyramid is going to be. I was a little confused when I saw these structural bits are white and these are going to be exposed on the model, I believe, based on their placement. But then I remembered the model itself is going to be white at this part of the pyramid, because this is a model of the pyramid as it appeared new before centuries of invading governments stole all the fancy white stone, leaving just the cheap common brown stone underneath. Let me see what this says here. Let me get in close. Okay, so this is the step in which we place Egypt's iconic sand dunes. So it looks like we have it's a 3-piece unit. Then we're gonna put 5 on each side, and I'm gonna go ahead and put them on as I put them together instead of making a pile and then putting them all on at the end. Sorry, I went off camera for that one. And then after the sand dunes, that will mean the sides of the base are done, and it's just the front of the base that still needs to be built up some more. So yeah, that's 3 so far. There's going to be 5 on each side. Here's what the sand dune assembly looks like when you stack, when you place these next to each other. Slightly off center from each other. It makes a really cool effect here. And I'll show you what it looks like in a moment, because I'm about to finish the sand dunes on the first side. So that's what the sand dune effect looks like on the side there. Right there, you can see how it looks. And it's going to be so cool once we add the pyramid on top of that to see the pyramid coming out from there. You can see it, the sand dunes kind of mitigate the shaping of that white section. So the white is going to blend into the white of the pyramid. That's all the same color. But the straight shaping here is a little obscured by the dunes and will blend in with the slope of the pyramid. Now let me go ahead and build the dunes for the other side. I'm really enjoying this build. I mean, I know I say that every time, but I mean it. Lego is therapeutic. And I have about 30 sets in my build queue waiting to be built over the next few months. My Lego collection has really gone into overdrive this year, and that's a good thing. Eventually, I'll get my display situation figured out. All right, the dunes are done, and I'm not going to show off the ones on that side because it's the same effect. And we have a hinge piece, which in this case, I believe the hinge piece is used to set precise angle for a ramp. So it's not really an action feature. It's more like a structural angling feature in this case. So now we're extending the base of the pyramid insert area. Yeah, I think I have that hinge facing the correct way. Let's get that out of the way. And it looks like this is the last step for bag 2 because the parts pile is empty again. And yeah, this is going onto the hinge brick. So this is going to be a ramp. An entrance ramp, I guess, into the pyramid complex. So the only fully recognizable detail we have so far is the sand dunes along the side of the pyramid, but we have everything laid out now. We know where the pyramid's going to go, we know where the river's going to go, and we have an idea where the village is going to go. So yeah, this ramp folds down on the hinge like this for that precise angle. And so yeah, that ramp is the entrance into the pyramid complex. And then it'll be time to go into bag 3, but we're going to take a break first because we've been doing this for over an hour, so it's time for our first break. I will see you in it, but first, I want to feel this thing. It's already getting heavy. It's already a fairly substantial build, and we're just getting started. Yeah, let's see. I need to step away, so I need to make my little access area. And then if I pull this back, you can see the whole thing. And I'll position it this way so you can see how the structure of how everything's going to go. Because the village section is going to turn away towards me again once I come back. So enjoy this little view of the layout of the pyramid complex. I know there's not much to see yet. When I come back, we're going to start filling in the details for the village scene below. Bag 3 is where the scene is really going to start to take off now that we have all the structural bits in place. Yeah, and that's kind of an overhead view. All right. I'll be back in a few minutes. I hope you had a good break. Got yourself a snack, got yourself a drink. I know I did. I know I did. Get a good snack, get a good drink, get a good stretch. It's time to proceed with bag 3. And this is where this whole bit that doesn't look like anything much is going to start looking like the setting. This is where we're going to start making this base section look like Egypt. There's a lot of transparent light blue tiles in this bag, so I know we'll be building up the river with bag 3. So we'll be building up the river and some of the surrounding areas of the river. Okay, let us get on with our build. Alrighty, we're already starting with tiling up the river. Okay, I can do that. It says we're going to take 28 of these 4 long ones. And you can see as I add the transparent light blue over the different colors, it gives a layered effect to the water and makes the water look deeper than it actually is. These are in the way. And then I need some 2x1s. 3 of those. When I did the Japanese garden last year, it had a section, it had a page that was a little section that was similar to this, because that set had a river in it that we had to build up. There's a couple studs on the water. I'm not sure what they're for. Maybe some detail that I'm not aware of yet. Ah, and the little fun fact says different colors of plates are used to give depth to the river. I just said something to that effect. That's 16 out of 20 of the 4 longs in this step. Need to find 4 more of them. And then we'll move on to the next piece in the step. For steps that have a lot of pieces like this, I like to count up 1 piece at a time wherever possible so I don't get confused. Obviously, if there's sub-assemblies in the step, I have to go out of order a little bit, but that's not a thing for this one, thankfully. Okay, I need to find 1 more 4 long in my pile here. There it is, hiding under another piece. So 6 of the 2x1s here. then I need one more tile and then some plates. So some more studded connections in the river here. And then 5 single studs here. Something's not lining up right. Oh, I see what's not lining up right. I don't think I can get the separator in there with everything else surrounding it. Can I get my nail in there? No. Okay. Let's give myself a little bit of access room here. And then I'll be able to take some tiles off and fix this thing. Now if I move this tile here, that resolves the issue and everything lines up correctly now. I think. Let's take these little tiles off as well. And now I will retile that area. This tile is supposed to go here. And then if we take the plate, where did I put my little plate? There it is. And then this one goes here. And then I put this one here. And then the rest of it looks like it lines up as it should. Now I can put in these little studs here. Yeah, we fixed it. Alright, let's put these last little bits, these last little water studs in. And with that, that's all the transparent tiles and plates. That's all the water bits. So that's what the base of our river looks like. We gotta fill in the rest of Egypt around it now. but you can see how the transparent tiles on top of the different colored plates give it the illusion of some depth in areas. Now these wedge plates give a little bit of dimension here to the shoreline. Give it a little more realism because riverbanks don't end in straight lines. And I misplaced another piece. This one needs to go here. One more stud needs to be filled in over here. And then we put in these 13 little flower bits on some of the river studs. I'm not sure what these little flower bits represent. A river flower, obviously. But I'm not sure what kind they are. So we have floating flowers on the river. And now we're doing another layer here of terrain. This brick-built terrain is one thing that the architecture series does well. So lots of wedge plates going on to give the terrain a more natural shape here. Says I need one more of the threes. And that goes around here somewhere. Okay, I messed something up here. Yeah, that goes there on that side. And then that opens up for these wedges to go where they're supposed to go. And that solves that step. I think that one goes there. Yeah, and then these go here. Okay, yeah, and then we need one of these to go here. And now I have to do a 3 times build. And this 3x looks like it's going to be the sphinxes that are going to go in front of the pyramid here. So let's go ahead and start putting this together here. So it looks like there's a sub-assembly on the assembly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build the first section of the Sphinx 3 times, and then I'll build the upper section of the Sphinx 3 times, and then I'll put them together as I'm going to add them to the model. Okay, one more Sphinx base, and then have to build the upper sections. Okay, now I got to do the uppers. All right, I need to do 2 more upper sections. Okay, the Sphinx sections are done, and they go together on there like this. So this is what our little Sphinx looks like. And these will sit on the side of the ramp like this, lining the entrance. Oh, hi, Brett. We're 2 hours in, and we haven't even gotten to the pyramid itself yet. We're still working on the surrounding areas. Right now we're putting the sphinxes on the little entrance area to the pyramid here. You can still see bits of the internal structure of the base poking out where stuff hasn't been placed yet. Um, and now it looks like we have a whole terrain segment here, which is going to be a sub-assembly. So I'm going to take care of this over on this table because you can see the main base here takes up my whole main table here. So Brett, this is a new version of the setup that I'm using for bigger sets. I first tried the setup with the Dark Falcon, and then I used it again with the minifigure dispenser. But for this set, it's absolutely essential because you can see how big the base is here. I'm only doing the 2-table setup for the biggest sets, though, that I'm streaming, because it's a lot harder to set up this setup. Takes more space. There's more setup, more cleanup. Yeah. The 2-table setup is only for the biggest sets. I also have kind of a little backstage area behind me where I stack all the bags and stuff. And sometimes I use the desk area in front of me as well for off-screen area. There's no minifigures in this set, but because it's Egypt, I might, at the end, pull something special out of my minifigure bag. Or I should say my minifigure box. Oh wait, what's it doing? I think I see what it's doing here. So yeah, it looks like we're building a terrain block here out of these plates. This one facing the right way, yes. All right, let's take this one up here. And then we'll take this one here. And then another wedge over here. And then this wedge goes here. And then this one goes here. So we've created this layered terrain platform here, which goes over this gap in the structure here on this side and fills in the terrain on this side. Press that all in, and we still have one gap on the other side. me see what's going on here. Okay, so we're about to build a bunch of little houses here. Okay. Let me build up all the houses and then I'll put them onto the model when I finish building them all up. So we need 6 of these little corner houses and then 3 of the square houses. Okay, that's half of the corner houses. Okay, I need 1 more. And then we need to do the square houses. We need 3 of these. Oh, that's a cool effect. The square houses use the grill piece and profile covered with a tile to create the illusion of windows there. That's a cool effect. That's something I'll have to remember if I'm ever doing a microscale architecture mock. Alright, now that the little houses are done, let's figure out their placements here. So it shows one being on the top tier, right up against the rain. No, not quite right. There's a stud in between. And then it shows this corner house. Lining up back here, it looks like. And then we have a square house. Over here. It looks like right here. And then a corner house here. I think that's showing there. 5 of the 9 houses are placed. It looks like we're going to combine here a corner house and a square house to make a bigger house here. And then we get two more little corner houses. One there and one up here at the base of this tier. That looks lined up correctly. And now we have 2 times on this bigger house here. And it looks like that's gonna wrap up bag 3, and then we'll move on to bag 4. Am I missing a 2x1 plate somewhere? Yes. I was meant to use studs in here. I was meant to use studs for the filler here. That's where that issue was. Well, these houses have a little more dimension and detail being bigger. That's what these houses look like. So it shows the first one of the big houses being put here. And I have to build one more of those houses. And the second big house goes back here, lining up with these, it looks like. So now, over here in the corner here, that's our little Egyptian village right there, full of little micro-scale houses. That part looks cool. And now we're going to do bag 4. Lots of sand-colored pieces and white pieces in this bag. Looks like we're going to finish up the rest of the scene. There's also some greenery and plants. Looks like we're going to finish up the scenery bits around the pyramid. Oh, wait. All right, let's get this little bit put together. Ooh, candlestick pieces to represent columns. Okay. So we've got here an entranceway to the pyramid complex. Um, this is going to go at the top of the ramp here. Like this. And now we need to start an assembly. So it looks like this assembly is going to be a double miniature pyramid. Or I should say 2 miniature pyramids. And it looks like based on the size and shape, this is going to be the bit that covers over the other gap in the structure here. Okay. I should have 3 more of those little tiles. There it is. I need to find my jumpers in the darker tan, and they'll go in the middle of these blocks here. do need to put in some more of these tiles. Okay, so it looks like we're building little tombs inside the miniature pyramids. These look like they're going to represent coffins, or as they're known in Egypt, sarcophagus, or the plural sarcophagi. The Egyptians used to get really fancy with their burials for the nobility. Pharaohs, the kings, they had pyramids. Some of them just had tombs, though, because Egypt went on a long time, so there were different periods of Egypt's history. There's a place in Egypt called the Valley of the Kings, which is where Egyptians that were from a different time period, from the pharaohs that did the pyramids, they were from a different time period from the pharaohs that were traditionally buried in the Valley of the Kings. Egyptian traditions evolved over time, as is the case in many cultures. It looks like we still have a few more pyramid pieces. Well, yeah, I mean, we're still building up these two. So then we use 8 more corner pieces to cover up these tombs here. I think every 2 bags is a good place to take our stretching breaks. So we will be doing a break after we finish this bag. Or maybe we'll power through, do bag 5, and then have a strong run to the finish. Let's see how I feel. And then, of course, capstones for these pyramids here. And here's our 2 miniature baby pyramids. And they're going to go on the base here to cover over the exposed base structure here. That's going to fill in now. And now we get into the, okay, what's going on here? Let me just see. So this is where we're going to put all the plant life. Okay. Let's see here. This is going to take me a bit of time and concentration. I probably shouldn't talk while I'm doing this bit because this requires precise placement. Okay. 17 of these now. Okay, I need to place 2 more in that color. And then I need 17 in the other color. I'm mentally prepping for this. Give me a moment. Well, it says 17, but I'm counting more than that. Let's just proceed and see what happens. Oh, 20. I was misreading there. So actually, the numbers do, I think, make sense. Let me recount the other side. Yeah, the numbers do make sense. It's 20, not 17. We're good to go here. And these studs are where we're going to put in all the plant work on the next step. The Nile may be a hot desert full of sand. I mean, Egypt might be a hot desert full of sand, but because the Nile, they also had a lot of greenery around the villages and cities. They had a complicated growing season around the annual flooding of the Nile, and that's why they have so many. They have some distinct desert plant life going on. We have 16 of the olive colored ones and then 29 of the green ones. This step's going to take me a while. Sorry, I'm not talking much. I'm trying to concentrate on what I'm doing over here. I'll be on the step for quite a bit of time, actually. There's a lot of these plants that need to be placed. And I'm not the best at lining up the little bar attachment to the open stud hole from a top-down perspective. Usually I have the bar and the stud in hand, and I do the assembly, and then I stick them on. But in this model, the stud holes are the open studs are already placed. And I'm not the best at coordinating that little bar attachment down into position. Where did I forget one of these? There should be one more placement of a olive colored one. And I see where it's going. It's going here. And that's the 16 olive plants. Now there's 29 green plants. But first I need to find the piece that dropped. I heard a piece drop. I know there's something down. There it is, I think. Yeah, I found the piece that fell out. We're good to go. So now that I've placed the 16 olive colored plants, I now have 29 of these green colored plants I need to place on here. And I just scattered a bunch more pieces onto the floor. I'm not sure how many went down with that, but I do see two. So I'll pick these two up and hope that's everything that went on the floor that time. Now let's keep placing plant work, shall we? I'm about a third of the way done placing the green plants. Let's keep going. just knocked over one of the previously placed plants. I need to redo this plant. Hold on. There, that plant's back on. Okay, I'm about 2/3 done with the green plants. Almost there. Last of the green plants, finally. And then we have to build 6 little trees here. And then we will be hopefully done with the plants at that point. Let me go ahead and build the trees and then I'll put them on. Alright, I need to put together 2 more trees, and then we can put them on, and then after the trees are on, I think we're finished with the plant life. Because then there's no more green in my pile, except for a couple of spare bits. Alright, let's see where we're placing the trees. So here's what our little tree looks like. And we get 6 of these that we're placing across above the shorter plants in order to complete the plant life look around here. Okay, the trees are in. And with with us being done with plant life, I'll turn it around a little bit. You can see all the plant work we just put in around the village and the temple complex. All right, that's enough looking. We need to get back to building. The base is seriously heavy already, and we haven't even started with pyramid yet. Interesting. So we're making a little bit of a stairway here, but it uses a technique that doesn't involve actually attaching these pieces. Rather we're sliding them onto each other like this and slipping them into a gap so that they do not move. Obviously, you got to line them up before putting them on. So this step is a little tricky. But if we line them up in, maybe if I try to line them in one at a time, it'll work a little better. Yeah, there we go. And then one more. And this one actually attaches to hold the other stairs into place. But you gotta make sure everything's lined up before you put it in, so. Yeah. I keep knocking over the top stair. Let's see if I hold it. Yeah, those stairs aren't going anywhere. That's actually a pretty secure build technique. if you have the coordination to do it without knocking it all over. But yeah, we got some nice looking micro stairs going on there leading up to the ramp. So now we're building up a facade. And hey, there may not be any figures in the set, but what we do have is this statue that's going to go in front of the temple. So that'll go there. And then we have some columns up front. And then we have some slopes in the back here leading up to the temple itself. So we're building a little entranceway for the ramp. All right, that goes there. And then some more of these slopes filling in the entranceway area. So the boats will pass by down the Nile in front of this grand entranceway. Okay, this section goes into here, like this. And then bag 5, and bag 5 is going to start the inner pyramid construction. We're finally ready to start doing pyramid things. Yay! But before we get into that, it looks like this is going to be an assembly. Yeah, it looks like we're building the pyramid sections and then putting them on the base. So I'm going to move the base to the back table, and we're going to use the front table as we typically do for the duration of the actual pyramid builds. But before we do that, here's the base with all the scenery, the plant life, the temple complex. We have 3 sphinxes, 2 baby pyramids. We have a grand entryway going onto the ramp that leads up into the entryway to the pyramid itself here. We have the sand dunes on the side, of course, the Nile River down here, village buildings on this side. Lots of detail around the base here. and then this big, huge gap where the pyramid's going to go. And the pyramid we build in 2 layers. The base itself is very heavy, so it's going to get even heavier once we have the pyramid. I'm going to set the base over here onto this table, and the action is going to focus on this table for a little while. Let me bring the instructions back up. I've decided I don't need a break right now. We're going to go right into bag 5. So bag 5 is going to be the inner pyramid structure. This includes some tunnels and a view of some of the construction ramps that they used. And bag 5 is one of those bags that's actually 2 bags. So let's get everything out. If I had known that the pyramid construction was going to be a whole separate assembly, I probably would have gone in the other room before stream and grabbed the 3rd tables to have it ready to go. But I did not know that, so here we are. We'll make do the best we can with the space we have available. Actually, you know what? I kind of messed things up a bit. We do have a space. I can take the base here, and I can set the base over here behind me. And then we still have our full working area. Except I just dumped all the parts onto the front table now. So we'll be doing the build on the side table, and when we go to bag 6, we'll go back to how we have been doing things with the build in front. So we'll do bag 5, and then we will, when we do bag 6, we'll go back to the way we have been doing things. Lots of big pieces in this pile, which makes getting the piece I need a little bit more difficult than it would be otherwise, but not too bad. Plate with groove. Black. There it is. Okay. Okay, this one goes here. And then this one will go here. These go in here, and then this goes here like this. This is the piece I want right now, and I'll go there. Okay, this one goes here. We just passed the 3-hour mark of stream, and we were finally onto building the pyramid itself. But we have to build up this whole inner layer before we build the outer layer. This model's already had some pretty cool techniques and the structure and design of the base area. And we're seeing even more cool techniques now as we build up the pyramid. Well, we will as we go on. So they didn't use plastic when they built the real pyramids. They used stone, and those stones were heavy. That's basically what that little fun fact says. You'll notice as we build up this pyramid that it's actually only the front half of the pyramid. Um, and then we see the open backside of the pyramid. We can see the little tunnels they had. Not the right piece there. I need a long sand colored tile. And then I need to do a few more bricks on this step as well. Is this the piece I need? You can see down here on the back side of the assembly the beginnings of a representation of the tunnel system that was built inside of the pyramids to actually where the actual tombs were deep inside the pyramid. Excuse me a minute. Sorry about that. Got a phone call that let me make sure I turn my audio back on. Got a Yeah, we're good. Let's get the oh, we can do this once per stream. Watching the yeah, watch as the screen goes to infinity. It's not really doing it so effectively down here. Oh, there we go. Yeah, alright, that's enough infinity screen. Let's get back to the build. Now that I've completely derailed my focus. Alright, where's the piece? There it is. There we go. And then we need this piece. Let's see, what's this piece doing? This one goes here, and I'm assuming this goes here. Yeah, that lines up. And you can see the tunnel shape is getting defined now with all these slopes and inverted slope pieces going on the back there. We'll watch as that shape progresses over as the build goes on. And then we get this bit over here. And then I have to do a little assembly over here real quick. Oh, this is a piece I want for this. I need to find one more of those inverted slopes. It's hard to find the pieces you need when so many of the pieces are the same in the parts pile are the same color. You don't want to be sorting your parts by color if you're looking for an easy way to get to your parts. Okay, that one goes there. And now we're starting another little assembly here. Actually, judging from the inset picture, this is going to be a big assembly. Okay. These go in like this. And then we get some wedges and corner plates. And I need to do 4 of these, 1 for each corner of this assembly. All right, 1 more. There's the corner plate, there's the wedge piece. And this one will go here. And those go on like that. And then we have these 4 big panels going across the whole thing. And with the big panels out of the way of the parts pile, it'll be easier to piece dive as we go on with the rest of this bag. And this will go onto the top of the beginnings of our pyramid structure, like this. Let's make sure everything is tight and secure. So this is our pyramid so far, or the inner pyramid so far. And here's the beginnings of the view of the tunnel system on the back. And now we start filling in some details. Or these aren't details, these are structure and shaping that we're filling in right now. These colored bits are going to be hidden as we build up. The set is designed so you can take off the white outer shell of the pyramid to reveal this inner pyramid, which is going to show some of the construction ramps which they use to carry the stone up. But these colored bits are all going to be buried and hidden. That they're not part of the final look. That one goes there. Okay, yeah. This section's coming together pretty efficiently. We're at the 3.5 hour mark of stream now. That doesn't mean anything. I just like to keep metrics. All right, that takes us through this page. All right, that one goes in there like that. Okay. This one will go here, and then this one will go here. And let's try and move onto the front table now with the build. Because that's what we try and do with a stream, is we try and keep the action where it can be seen. And bag 6 will go back to putting the parts pile on the other table. And of course, we're starting with an assembly as soon as I move everything around again. Okay. Hidden slope pieces and some hinge stuff going on. I think we're starting to build the beginnings of the ramp structure. And this will go onto here, onto these plates, and swing out like this and fit in here. Oh, I see how it's doing, and then attaching like that. So the little base for our ramp assembly is this long black bit here that is now in at an angle there. That's what the hinge was for, to set up the precise angle. The hinge doesn't actually hinge or anything. It's secured in place at that awkward angle. That's why you sometimes see hinge bricks that then get, or hinge pieces that then get fixed into place and don't do anything. It's a set up non-standard angles. You can see with the tunnel system in the back here, it's being built against a backdrop of black in order to hide the internal structure of the build itself. So there's a layer of black bricks to define and fill that in. As you can see, with each layer, the structure gets narrower. That's kind of the idea of a pyramid. Excuse me. two of these going where exactly? One goes here. And one goes here. And then this one. It would help if I put things in the correct places. This one goes here. I kind of need to do a stretching break, so we'll break after this bag. Okay, that one I think goes like that. All right, what's this one doing? This one goes here. And this one goes here. And then here. And then this little assembly. To shape a bit more of the tunnels down here. And another representation of a sarcophagus. So you can see here the tunnels in the back. We just added a sarcophagus there. You can see the pyramid structure in the front also has a big cutout section, so you can see how the ramp works. You can see there the big cutout in the front section of the pyramid. It's cool how they included that detail. Now it looks like this is going to be the ramp itself that we're putting together now. I seem to be missing a piece here. Did I use an incorrect piece back there is the question. No, I did not. I don't remember dropping any pieces. What pieces are left behind in bag 5s? Yeah, no pieces are left behind in bag 5s. Which means it must have fallen at some point. I'm not seeing it, so we're going to requisition this piece. I'd rather have the ramp itself be complete. And then if the piece turns up, we'll add it back in later. Yeah, it's not under. It didn't go under when we moved. Ah, there it is. Now that I took it off, how does it go back on? It was just hiding behind something else. That's what usually happens when a piece goes missing unexpectedly. Okay, so it looks like the ramp is currently being used to haul up a gold capstone piece. Yeah, that's a nice look. So this is the ramp itself. And you can see the gold capstone piece on the little cart there. This last little bit of assembly for the ramp is just some structural bits that'll attach it to the model. So not really anything special to see right here. This will just get it into place. Now these little hinge bottom plates will attach into the hinge bases we put inside the structure like this. And then the ramp goes into place like that. You can see the ramp as it comes up through the inner structure of the inner pyramid there. Well, I'm behind the instructions right now. Sorry. Let me adjust position, I guess. Well, that's not a strong connection there. But this goes around the ramp like this, and that secures that assembly there. Okay, we have two pieces here that are left outstanding, which means I forgot a piece somewhere. Looks like I forgot a structural piece under the ramp. Now how'd all the rest of this go? Shoot. Let's see the obvious places here where okay, I do see where that other bit goes, I think. Yeah, this one goes in here like that. Then this whole assembly goes back on. Yeah, I just butchered everything. Let's try and get things back together because this is the end of the bag. But this isn't going back into place now, so no, I did not place that brick correctly. Alright, shoot. I just totally ruined everything. Okay. Let's use context clues from the instructions here to see if I can figure out what layers we're on. So we're on this layer. So if I take, this brick is not shown as being there. So yeah, I think I see where I am in the instructions. So this whole assembly, let's redo this assembly. We'll get there. I messed things up and I need to get things back into place. So we need this to go here, and then this goes here. And I was not expecting to have to partially rebuild a whole chunk of the model there. That was me not paying attention and missing putting two pieces on as the build was going on, and that's why we're in this mess now. Now that goes into place properly. So we're up to that step. Now we just got to put all the rest of these pieces in. And we know that this piece will go here. And we should be home free in a moment. We just gotta finish building these bits back together. Okay, it looks like that step was already done. This is where we put the ramp on. Okay. The ramp assembly is secure. It looks like this wedge is supposed to go right here. And that's that level. And then there's this bit here that we did. And that goes around here, like this. And then we just got to put the top level back together here. like this. And we fixed it. Let me redo attaching the ramp though, so it's a little bit more secure. So I'm just doing a little bit of crash maintenance on the ramp section, and then we will be good to go. All right, see how they attach. Okay. Let me just see if I... My fingers are too big to go in there. Looks like I have to do partial disassembly again, just to give myself a little bit more finger room here. But there. Almost. I almost had the second hinge base in there. All right, I think we're good to go. Let me put everything back together over here. This will attach in like this. We're at the 4-hour mark of stream with 3 numbered bags left to go. Something is not secure in there. Let's try that again. All right, the first hinge is attached. The second hinge is attached. Let's get the ramp secure onto its base. Okay, the ramp is secured. Let's get the rest of this pyramid shell into place. And we are good to go. Bag 5 is finally done, and all of the mistakes have been resolved. So this is the back of our inner pyramid structure. And here you can see the front of our inner pyramid structure, complete with the construction ramp and the capstone there. We are going to go into break mode, and because we're going to go into break mode, I'm going to give you something to look at. We're going to bring the base back out, and then this time we're still building it, so I'm not going to press it in, but I'm going to gently place the inner pyramid onto the base like that, so you can enjoy the view while I take my quick little break. And we'll be back in a few moments. I'll see you in a few minutes. 4 hours into stream exactly, and we'll take a short break, and then we should be able to press on and finish this thing. Never underestimate the importance of a good stretch break. Never underestimate of a good stretch break when you're doing a long stream. Anyway, I'm back. Let's get things going with bag 6. And in bag 6, we are still working on the main structural bit of the pyramid. So let me take that off. We'll take the base off camera again for a little bit. And we'll bring back what we're working on, which is the pyramid. And then we come over here. Bag 6 doesn't have a lot going on with it. I probably should have just finished up with bag 6 and then taken the break. Because you can see how small this parts pile actually is. We probably could have gone on and finished the inner pyramid before breaking. But I didn't know how small bag 6 was going to be, so I made what I thought was the smart call there. Let's keep going. And now we have a little bit of an assembly, which I think is going to fill in the gap for back here for this tunnel section, bit of the tunnel section here. Okay. This part keeps trying to fall apart in my hand as I assemble it, but it's going together pretty quickly. I did that whole thing behind the instructions. I'm sorry. Well, there's a little bit of a string piece in this parts pile. I wonder what that's for. interesting technique there. So we're going to come around, and this is going to slide into here and fill in the rest of the tunnels. And now it looks like the tunnels on the back are complete. The tunnel system is complete there. You can see the pharaoh sarcophagus in the middle there. Now it looks like we're building up something on the front here, but I need to be able to see what I'm doing, so I'll show you when I get through whatever we're building here. Lots of these little 1x1 square tiles in the parts pile. So I have a feeling there's a tedious step I'm not looking forward to coming up shortly. Okay, so it shows this going into here like this. And then these will go on here like this. And then I need to do one more of those little units. And there's a piece that doesn't appear to be in my parts pile once again. But I think it's a piece that might, yeah, there's one in the spare bits bowl, so we'll take that and we'll use that one. Yeah, it's the same piece, we're good to go. Okay, so it looks like we're, oh yeah, there's some shaping going on here. Okay, now we have two of these things to do. one of those. So it looks like we're building up some of the theorized construction apparatus for the pyramid. Uh, the tools they used to build the pyramid. No one's exactly sure how it's done, but there have been some sketches and drawings of the tools they could have used. So 5 of the 2x1s. Okay, we're in for a long bit of tiling here. This is going to take me a little while here. Um, and then I need 15 of the 1x1s. These little tiny squares that are hard to grip. I called it. I knew there would be a step I wasn't looking forward to. About halfway done with this step. But I'm sure there's a few more steps because there's still quite a few tiles sitting out here. It looks like the tiles are used to give some texture to the inner pyramid. We still have a lot of tiles left here. There's probably a couple more steps of these tiling off bits. So 22 in this step. Yeah, I was right to take the break when I did. Because these tiling steps are a little repetitive and tedious. But we're moving through it pretty quickly. Am I off a level? No, I counted wrong. That's all that was. Okay, that's the tiling done for that side. And we have one more batch of tiling to do on this last side here, which I think is going to carry us to the end of the numbered bag. We're well, Brett. We're finishing up the inner pyramid, and then I'll be starting to work on the outer pyramid. If you want to get food, you can even watch you can even eat food while you watch this if you want to. But I will be moving on to the outer pyramid as soon as pretty much as soon as I finish this tiling step here. So how are you doing the food? Delivery, fridge? I mean, all are valid options. Going out to get it? Whatever you want to do. I'm going to eat after stream. We're not taking any more breaks at this point. We just have the outer pyramid left after this. Yeah, I should be done by then. We moved pretty quickly through the inner pyramid. And the outer pyramid, I think, is not quite as complex structurally. Because the inner pyramid has all these details and stuff. The tunnels for the tomb, the construction ramp. And the outer pyramid is just, and it's not even the whole pyramid, it's half a pyramid, really. It's just a shell, so it's going to be straight geometry without much surprises. I have a feeling it's going to go pretty quickly. You do what you want to do. I'll be here until I'm not. So, so now there is a string thing going on here. So I have to carefully remove the tape from this string that came with the set here. This is the string piece they have with the studs on each end. So it looks like we put it on the stud here, and then we take the string and we loop it around the cart with the capstone here, and then we take the string back on top. But wait a minute, the string is shown as being tight here. So if I move the string over, that we need to move the string a little bit so that the loop becomes tight. Let's figure out, let me connect the string and then I'll loop it around the capstone and then see where it becomes tight. If I put the string up here, it becomes tight. But I want to have it in view of the ramp, but then it doesn't get tight. Yeah, we're putting it here, and then it says to put this piece up here. Oh, wait a minute. I see what it's trying to do here. So we do actually want to put it where it is, even though it's loose. And then we'll make sure it's around the capstone. And we'll take our little device here and we will turn it until the string becomes tight. Or I'll just approximate the tightness by putting it over here. I can make it a little bit tighter. Yeah, so we have a little string to pull up our little cart now. Wow, okay. So we're going to go into bag 7 momentarily, but before we do, let's clean up from bag 6. Let's get the spare bits out of here. And let's bring our base back. Something fell. Oh. It's just a spare bit at this point. The piece that just fell. Let's bring our base back for a moment. And we will, here's the inner pyramid and it's ready to go on. So here's what the front looks like with all the construction equipment on it. And here's the back. You can see the completed tunnels into the Pharaoh's tomb. And now this whole unit goes onto here like this. The one thing I'm not sure is what's the point of that? Okay, that little axle we put in earlier doesn't actually do anything. I guess it's just a spacing guide. but the whole pyramid slots in like this. And actually, if I come back under, I can punch the whole thing out if I need to break this down for storage. So the pyramid is actually removable if you carefully push it up from underneath. But there's enough studs here to give it a secure connection to the base. If I can just press it in all around. I need to line everything up correctly so I can press everything in down here. I don't know why it's not lining up. There it goes. Still having issues with this connection on the corner on this side. Alright, I think it's all secure now. It was secure. But you can see from that just how sturdy the construction is. That the only bits that popped out were this one support piece and the pyramid itself. And the pyramid itself didn't have any damage or anything. So you can see just how secure the assemblies are. Let's try that again. Oh, there's one plate that came off. Let me get that realigned. You know what I think the issue was? I don't think all these plates were pressed in all the way, and that's why I wasn't lining up into the corners there. Let's try that again. See, the problem is if I put one corner in, then the other corner doesn't stay. And I just created structural damage on the pyramid, but not on the supports. That might be what the issue was. If that piece, if the bottom plates weren't all pushed in all the way, that could be what my issue was and why it wasn't going into the base properly. Let's try this again. And now, that time it went in properly. Let me just look from the base. And yeah, it looks like it's pressed into all these little blue supports on the bottom there. So, that's what the bottom of the model looks like. You can see the structure and where everything goes in. That's the inner pyramid right there. Over here is the two baby pyramids. And this side is the village over here. And let's just take a quick look at this beauty real quick before we go on. So, yeah, this is what we have so far. And you can see that we've got the inner pyramid structure done. And now we're going to go into bag 7 and start the outer pyramid structure. Where a little over 4.5 hours into stream. So there's a chance we might beat my estimate of 6 hours. It depends on how long it takes us. I think the outer shell, though, is mostly just repetitive geometric shapes. So if that's the case, we should be able to move through pretty quickly. It is a substantial parts pile, though. This is a big part of the model. But the bag 8s over here, they don't look that big. Now, this is a pyramid, so it gets smaller as we go up. I think this is the one. Fine. There's the other one. This one will go onto here like that. And our first little bit of pyramid sloping going on. Actually, this is just the base level we're working on. We're still in sand color. We haven't gone over to white pyramid yet. Wow, this is a long base here. Due to technical issues, I've decided to cancel my Halloween music program, but I may do an alternate program using Suno instead. I'm just not going to be able to do the karaoke program I was planning. Okay, I need to do the other corner little section there. Okay, that one goes there. Okay, this one comes here. As we build up this outer shell of the pyramid, since I need to see what I'm doing, you'll largely be seeing the insides, which is a bunch of structural stuff. But sometimes it might send me to the back to shore up some connections there. So I'll try to show you the progress a little bit as we go on. At this point, we're going to press straight on through till the end. We're not going to break when we go into bag 8. We're just going to keep going until this is done. Maybe a stretch, but not a full break. Okay, so the outer shell of the pyramid is going to use a bunch of these staircase pieces as its supports and framework. There's a whole bunch of them in this parts pile. 8 of them for now. Okay, so that's the first little bit of the frame. And now we gotta build the frame for the other side. And then there'll be another layer of frame once we have this whole section covered with bricks. Actually, no, I think this bag is just the first half of the pyramid, this level of the frame here. Yeah, because there's only 2 more left, so they'll go in the front. And then bag 8 will be the upper half of the shell. Okay, this part was not lined up properly. That's why it's not cooperating. It's supposed to go like this. And then this part goes in here. Let's get all the frame lined up and secured properly before I try to go on. Yeah, there we go. The frames are in. And now we have this these last two staircase pieces that we need to set up here. And these will go along the middle section here. And these will line up with these. And the plates will all connect. And now we have the frame of the shell of the pyramid. We're going to build bricks over the skeleton, and it's going to look really cool. And now we have our first layer of white slope bricks. And from here, it's just going to be a bunch of repetitive steps of putting putting pyramid pieces in, putting slope bricks in to build up the height of the pyramid. And this next little bit is probably going to be very repetitive. But we knew going in, and it's fairly it's a fairly straightforward bit, so it won't take too much time. It'll go pretty quickly. It's just repetitive. It's not hard, just repetitive. And this level has 12 of these regular pieces. And this first layer also has the added benefit of securing the frame pieces. That piece tried to yeet itself from my hand, but I caught it and didn't let it go anywhere. And you can see our first row of the white pyramid bricks is now in place. So 13. You'll notice as we build that each layer is going to be used less bricks because it's a pyramid, so it gets smaller as we build up. So yeah, this is coming together pretty quickly, as I thought it would. Something wrong here? Yes, there is. I used a 3 long slope when I was supposed to use a 4 long slope. I didn't even notice. Alright, there we go. Where bag 7's parts pile is really shrinking fast. This part's going a lot quicker than I thought it would. Well, I did predict that this part would go smoothly and fast, mainly because it's so repetitive. I know what to expect page to page, because it's basically doing the same thing over and over again, just getting smaller as we go up. All right, next page. This one goes here, this one goes here. And then last cornerstone for this bag goes here. And with this, The bricks are now even with the top of the support structure, and this should conclude bag 7, which means we're about halfway done with the height of the pyramid here. We just have to get these last 2 little bricks on the back. So yeah, that looks really cool from the inside. But here's what we have so far of the outside of the pyramid. You can see a little bit of an opening there. I think that's where it's going to line up behind the entryway. So that little bit is the entrance to the pyramid. And all right. It's cool looking at the shaping coming together from the back here as well. Bag 8. Last numbered bag here. We're almost done for tonight. There are a few more of the ladder support pieces. Only 4 for this high up on the pyramid though, because it's narrower up here. And I know a piece fell on the floor, so let me just see if I can find that. I definitely heard something falling a moment ago. There it is, found it. Let's get on with our final bit of the build here. Okay. Let's start building up these support structures now. So the supports line up. Let us keep going. Okay, there's a corner piece. This one will go here. And then another few levels that are more of the same. Oh, okay. So that's what that is about. The axle that doesn't connect to anything, that's sitting in the base, that's really, it's a holder for the axle piece, so you can actually connect two of these sets together if you want to do the full pyramid. I don't have the space for that though. Having half the pyramid, I'm only going to display this from the front anyway, so why do I need the whole back side? It's just going to take up extra space unnecessarily if I buy another set and do the full pyramid that the instructions are mentioning. But yeah, that's what that axle in the base was for, that doesn't actually connect to anything on the model. It's holding the axle for if you want to connect two of these sets. It's cool that they included a clever hiding place for the optional connector. I will say that. Yeah, there's two axle holes, and if you have two of the sets, you'll have two of the axles, and you'll be able to connect the two sets together on the back, from the back like that. Okay, those are ready to go. Okay, you know what this page looks like by now. Okay, we need another cornerstone. This goes into here like this. And we're very nearly at the top of the pyramid now. It looks like there's still some substance left in the parts pile, though, even as we get close to the top. So maybe there's a few extra bits of the model that we do once we hit the top of the pyramid. I'm not sure what to expect as we wrap things up here. We're very nearly at the top of the pyramid now. We're at the top of the support structure, but you can see there's still a couple more very narrow layers to go before we're at the top of the pyramid proper. This is the last layer on which the regular 4x1 slopes can fit on the sides of the pyramid. We're getting very narrow now at the top of the pyramid here. Last of the furlongs for the front here. And the top of the pyramid is closed off. We're just building the last few layers here. It's very narrow at this point. I think I might do a little bonus. Not a full Lego build, something a little different. A Lego restoration. But you know what? It's still early-ish, and I'm feeling good tonight, and we're about to finish this thing. So after I finish the pyramid, we'll take a little break, and then we'll do a restoration on a set that I received secondhand from a friend who was moving. So we'll do a little bit of Lego restoration tonight. Um, and of course, the actual capstone on top of the pyramid in gold there. So this is what the pyramid shell looks like. And the inside looks really cool too with all that support structure going on. Let me just make sure everything looks smooth. All the connections are pressed in all the way and tight. Yeah, I think we're good to go with the shell here. So let's bring our base back. And then this pyramid, this outer shell of the pyramid, will go down on the base. How does this line up exactly? And it'll press in like that. And it actually slots in neatly against the inner pyramid. Like that. So our pyramid is now complete. But there's still parts in the parts pile. So let me turn this back towards me so I can see what we still have to build out here. And you can see the shell fits completely over the inner pyramid. There's no gapping or anything. So it looks like the first little thing we're building here is a classic Egyptian obelisk. Those are the tall pointy columns that you sometimes see around Egyptian ruins. They symbolize something to do with the sun god, I think. So here's the obelisk that we just built. It looks like this goes in the middle of the village here. Like that. Okay, we are building a little boat to go on the Nile here. They gave us a little boat for our river. That's cool. I was not expecting that. Actually, it looks like it's going to be two boats because there's way more parts here than are indicated in the instructions for this boat here. So Brett, as you can see, we finished the shell of the pyramid. I have it turned towards me right now to put in some finishing details. But we are actually going to do a little bit of a bonus after this. Um, I don't have any more builds to do tonight, but I do have a Lego restoration I need to do. I got a set secondhand from a friend, and it looks like there's just a little bit of surface level reassembly that needs to be done with that. So I'm going to take a quick break when we're done with the pyramid and get that out. I don't anticipate recovery for that set is going to take a long time. But even if it does, I don't have a hard stop tonight. If I wanted to, I could break into the next stream plan I have, but I'm not going to go that far. But I theoretically could. I just don't want to do that much tonight. So here is the first little boat that I'll be placing on the river. And this one goes, the stud for it is right there. And then we get a second little boat, this time with 2 sails. So this is a more substantial, bigger boat. Now this next break isn't going to be a very long one. Probably like a couple minutes. Just so I can get some water. Gotta do a quick bio, stretch, and pull out the stuff. Oh, I never put the instructions back on? Oh, well, we're right at the end. Sorry about that. I'm not going to worry about putting the instructions on at this point. My bad. So we must have done all of bag 8 without the instructions. I'm sorry. This is why I do not claim to be a professional streamer. Far from it. I'm an experienced streamer, not a professional streamer. Okay, the sail wasn't centered on the mast there. Okay, I need to build one more sail. Oh, I'm planning to show the front view. Because when I go on break, I need to show, I need to have something to show when I go on break anyway, so. It's going to be like a quick little 5-minute break while I get stuff ready for the restoration. And, probably not going to put the instructions on screen for the restoration, but I do have to open them. Things are falling apart here. Hold on. These sails are not the most sturdy construction here. Here's the bigger boat. And the sails don't look even. Hold on. How did I know that was going to happen the moment I breathed on it? Alright, give me a moment. I will fix this boat. I'll get this boat placed, and then this model will be done. Let's take the whole mast off to fix this. Yeah, this is not the most stable of connections, this boat. Do I dare even try to make them even at this point? Yeah, it'll look better. It's a better look if they're relatively even. You know what? We're 5.5 hours into stream. I'm not going to do the restoration on stream. I'm just going to call it once I get this boat to cooperate. But I will show one more little thing before I end stream. I do have to take a few steps over to my minifigure box though and pull something out. I hope it's not all the way buried. Again, seriously? I thought I had it that time. I don't know why the sail is being so uncooperative. I just breathe on it and it falls off. There, boat, double sailboat. It's going on the river. The studs are right there, so boom, boat is on the river. And that's the end of the instructions, which I forgot to turn on, but I see the end of the instructions. So here's the completed model. You can see the sand dune effect going along the sides of the pyramid base here. And you can take the outer shell of the pyramid off to reveal the inner pyramid. And you know what? Since we're done building, I will put the brick separator aside as well. We no longer need that. I have a whole bunch of those now. On the inside of the pyramid, on the back of the inside of the pyramid, you can see the tunnels leading into the pharaoh's burial chamber. There's a little sarcophagus in there, but you can't really see it in this lighting. Yeah, that's a thing that happens with the inner pyramid. Great for disassembly, not so great for handling. There we go. But yeah, you can see the little sarcophagus for the pharaoh right there in the burial tunnels. Turn it back to the front, and you can see a scene from the construction process. The ramp that they used to carry the stones up, some crane works. And then, of course, the inside shell has this whole support structure going on that you never see once you put it on. But that's a really cool looking core structure for the shell of the pyramid. I'm gonna put this on now. If I line everything up, should be able to put it on. Yeah. If I line it up down here, like that. And then the whole thing sits together nicely when I have it pressed into the studs like that. And we have our full look of the pyramid. And yeah, I'm gonna display its shell on. I know there are some people who do the buy two copies, attach them back to back, and then do one side with the shell on and one side with the shell off. I'm just displaying it like this with the complete look, even though you lose some of the inner details by doing it. This is how it's meant to be displayed. Obviously, we have the little entryway here, the ramp leading up to the actual pyramid gateway, the three sphinxes. We have two boats on the Nile, a whole bunch of desert plants, and a little village over here with an obelisk, and the two baby pyramids up here in front. So a very complete scene with a lot of little detail. Even if the last two bags were very repetitive in how they went together. But with certain geometrically shaped sets, you're going to expect some repetition like that. When I do Captain America's shield, I'm not streaming that one because that one involves some like 18 times repetition or something stupid like that. That one's not going to be a fun build, but it is a fun look when it's finished. So I do plan to get the Captain America shield. I'm just not going to stream it. And everything lines up completely on the back. And yeah. I'm not cutting the camera just yet. I want to go into my minifigure bag real quick and see if I can find the... there's one thing that's kind of relevant here. I want to see if I can find it real quick. Yeah, that's not the baggie. Found it! These two bags need to be on top, and this bag needs to be on top. Alright, I have here, and let me just... Oh, we need to do a little bit of surgery before we continue, because it looks like the little rope section fell off. So I need to open this back up real quick and fix that. This little rope section belongs around the little cart on the ramp like this. And there's supposed to be a little twist in the rope like that. And then it's supposed to go on like this. And then the rope's supposed to be tight, so I'm actually going to put it there, and then I'll push it forward in the hopes that we're not messing up the alignment. And now I'll put the shell back on. And now we're going to take a quick little look at this baggie. Because we're talking about Lego, and I just knocked the sail off the other boat. Because of course that's going to happen. But we're talking about Lego Egypt. Did you see before that Did you see how I did the labels here? It came with an option to either put on the Great Pyramid of Giza label or the hieroglyphics label, and I moved around the tiles in order to be able to use both. I'm going to set that over here real quick, and we'll take a quick look at this baggie. So yeah, I estimated a 6-hour build. We're actually only at 5.5 hours. So we did good. So I have this little sarcophagus piece. This is from the old Pharaoh's Quest series, which was a sequel to Adventurers. Inside, there's a couple of scorpions. There's some gem pieces inside. I don't think the light's picking that up, but there's some scorpions in here. And then we also have a snake here. These guys are supposed to be holding... this guy's supposed to have a sword. So, Pharaoh's Quest came... this is a little Pharaoh's Quest blister pack they had. Pharaoh's Quest is an old series, so you can't get the sets anymore. I had to pay, I think this blister pack retailed for like 10 for these 3 minifigures, and I paid like 60 or 70 for it. So yeah, Pharaoh older themes, not cheap. But there's a mummy warrior. I like the scarab shield he's got going on. And here's another mummy warrior who seems to have dropped his weapon. I think I had him holding a snake. Yeah, there's a red snake sitting down there in my parts pile for this. And also a spear, a couple scorpions, and we have this, and then we have this flying winged mummy warrior here. He's holding a couple gems. And you'll notice his little mummy helmet is different. He's got a bird head helmet going on there. I like that wing piece. I think it was only ever used in Pharaoh's Quest. Alright, enough about the mummies. Let's, although I may leave them out for a bit, and it is Halloween, so I may put them up. And I'll do the restoration set off stream tomorrow. Or even later tonight, depending on how I feel later. But I kind of just want to wrap stream now. So let's get our exit view set up. This is probably one of the, in terms of physical space taken up, this is probably one of the biggest sets I have in terms of footprint space on the table. It's heavy too, very heavy. But there it is. Let's push this other table out of the way. And let's see who's available to raid tonight. Let's see. Not a lot of musicians on tonight. That's not normal for a Sunday evening. Alright. The one guy who's sometimes live and sometimes has his 24/7 piano VOD, he's on. Let me see if he is doing live. No, it's his VOD. I want to go into live. I will find someone. Are they on? How long have they been going? I don't want to raid into a stream that's going to quit as soon as we show up. So I'm just checking how long this other stream has been on. I only have one actual live musician online right now. I like to raid out into music. So less than an hour and a half. Yeah, they're probably good for a while. We're going to raid Lily tonight. I always raid into music whether or not my viewers go or not, so I'm going to raid anyway. if you don't like Twitch music, you don't have to stay. But I always try to raid at the end of stream. Alright, the raid is good. This was a really impressive build. I liked the different techniques, seeing how the different sections came together. And I like this whole scene that's built up around the base of the pyramid. It gives it a lot more visual interest than it would have been if it was just the pyramid alone. And I like how they made it look as it would have in ancient times rather than just copying how it looks in modern times. This is really cool. The architecture line usually copies the landmarks as they appear currently. So it's cool that they went with the historical appearance for this particular model. It gives it a lot more visual interest and excitement going on here. Have a good night. We have a lot more Lego coming on the stream soon. Although I don't think we're doing a weekend stream next week because I don't think I'll be home. But I'll try and get one in during the week. So have a good night, and we will see you soon. And we will see you soon.